Good afternoon and welcome to the 2026 European Open Classic Powerlifting Championships here in St. Julian's, Malta. I am Emilia Potter, joined by Alexander Nordin.
What an honor being at the commentary booth for such an unpredictable session.
Yeah, unpredictable is exactly that. Two of the most highly contested classes here in the 76 and 105s. We had the B groups earlier, but both pretty big battles to come, and the top three here in the 76s being Mara James, Clara Peiro and Bettina Hanlon, all weighed in at the exact same body weight. So it is really going to come down to total, to lot number, who has the best day. It's going to be such a big battle right there up in the top of the 76s, and of course not forgetting the 105s, where we'll see Emil Norling, Anatoly, Regan Stagakis fighting out for that title. We are in for a treat this evening.
And I can only tell you that this warm-up room is feeling electric. Top contenders of each weight class warming up as far as possible to each other. And they're looking extra focused.
Kicking us off in the squats for the 76 kilo category, we have Fanny Petrosevic from Hungary, 165 kilos.
On the platform, national champion of Hungary, Fanny Petrosevic.
Nominated 7th with 490. Best total out of the B group is 482.5. She has to be on her A game if she wants to surpass that total.
And a good lift, 3 white lights.
167.5 kilos for Helen representing Germany. The bar is loaded. The platform from Germany, Helen Marie Eckhart.
The first of 2 German athletes in this flight. We have Helene Marie Eckert, 167.5 kilos.
Fast and segmented at the same time for Helene Marie. It's going to be 3 white lights. And this is just about as low as you would want that bar on your back according to the new rules.
Yeah, but holds position really nicely, and of course is on the board with those 3 white lights. Esther Salai from Hungary, 172.5 kilos, another nation here doubling up in the 76A group. So some impressive lifters coming out of Hungary. 12.5 kilos below her personal best. And pretty comfortable.
Yeah, pretty comfortable indeed. 3 white lights.
The bar is loaded. The platform from Portugal,
Rafaela Reis from Portugal, 175 kilos in the bar for her opening attempt. She's only been competing for 2 years, already fighting in a highly contended A group here.
And we've been telling you for a few championships now, Portugal is a rising nation. Having Rafaela in the A group just showcases that. 3 white lights with that easy opener.
The bar is loaded. On the platform, former sub-junior world and European champion, former world and two-time European junior champion.
And a recognizable name here, absolutely dominated the juniors. Now in the open, Clara Peyrot from France, opening at 180 kilos, and one of those top 3 contenders. As a reminder, all weighed in exactly at 75.7 kilos, separated only by lot number. Strong looking opener there for Clara.
Yeah, pretty snappy from Clara. 3 white lights. And the thing is, with them landing on the same exact body weight, would you say body weight lot number advantage is the smallest one or the highest one? It begs the question.
Well, obviously when it comes to deadlift, you want to know and be able to pull last if you're at a similar weight, but if you're going for the same total, obviously the lower lot number is going to come in the most handy. Another one of those top 3, Betty Hanlon from Great Britain, 192.5. She has made some incredible gains recently. Nominated in second coming into this, 3 kilos behind James, and has the lowest lot number of the 3 of them. Lovely deep opener, no issues there for Hanlon. And a good lift, 3 white lights. Let's have a look at that again here in the replay.
Yep, looking strong. 2 of the 3 favorites on the board.
Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands, 192.5 kilos. And yeah, you can't take that for granted, especially with the shake-up we saw in the 16.9s last night.
Lights and good lift. And you can see that's very low in terms of shock on her back, because once again she's optimized to the most the bar positioning. I think that the bar rolls down a slight bit. That'll be too low for the referees.
Kristina Swarek here from Poland, 195 kilos.
Very high opener compared to a PB of 200.
Yeah, very close to that here. Let's see how this pans out for her. Only a couple years out of the juniors at 25 years old. Not the quickest in the world, but certainly looks strong, and it is a good lift with 3 white lights.
One thing that's reassuring is that lifters with such a wide stance usually receive their red or 2 with their first squat. This time 3 whites, she managed to make it convincing enough. That's at least one thing to be confident about.
Yeah, absolutely. And our final squat opener and in nominations and prognosis, out in the lead, Mara James from Germany, 202.5 on the bar.
Yeah, she finished just outside the podium at Worlds last year in Chemnitz. Today, she's looking to finish on that very first step.
Just correcting the rack height there, yeah, and you know, just to reiterate what we said before, weighs the same as Hanlon and Peyrot and has the largest lot number of the 3 of them. So it'll be very interesting to see, like you said, today which favors the lower or the higher lot number. Just got told to lock her knees a little bit more there before getting the command.
Ooh, that seems a bit high from afar, right?
Yeah, I am worried about the depth on that, and you're absolutely right. 2 to 1, a good lift, and that really shakes it up here. We'll have a look at that on the side that she gets the white from, but even watching from this angle live, Alex, I have to agree, it looks a bit better there, I have to say, but
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to be sufficient enough for the lift to get overturned to a good one.
no, and the coach doesn't go to the jury either, which means that as we move through to the second round of squats, the leader on nominations is without a squat on the board. It'll be interesting to see where they go from here. They don't want to fall behind.
I mean, she's only leading by 3 kgs on nomination, so
We'll see how that pans out.
yeah, not a comfortable gap.
175 now for Fanny Petrosevic from Hungary. 175, a 10-kilo jump.
Solid second. 3 white line once again.
The bar is loaded on the platform from Germany and Marie.
Helene Marie Eckhardt from Germany. 175, 7.5 kilo jump here. This lands her just 2.5 kilos below her personal best already. Maybe a bit of an ambitious jump.
Yeah. She was super speedy out of the hole. It severely slowed down and almost dipped forward. And that bar rolled up her back.
It's perhaps something she could come back for, but it will be tough.
I'd say there's a chance.
Eshta Salai from Hungary, 180 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump from her opener, just 5 kilos off her best.
Three white lights, a good lift. She secures that 7.5 kg jump.
The bar is loaded on the platform from Portugal.
Rafaela Reis from Portugal taking a 10 kilo jump for a 2.5 kilo personal best on her second here of 185. Opener was very comfortable. Offers some resistance here, but still altogether a good looking second attempt.
And 3 white lights. She gets her first personal best of the day.
The bar is loaded on the platform. Reigning European Open champion, Clara Pero.
Clara Perrault now from France taking a 10 kilo jump to 190 for her second attempt.
Yeah, being nominated third when you're the reigning champion, that's pressure from the start.
Yeah, it's a really nice second for Clara. She has a very solid grind in all 3 lifts. She does get a depth call from the center referee, which is a little unusual, I have to say. Tell me what you think of that, Alex.
I'd say on the replay it looks just fine, but a narrow stance from the front can look poor.
Betty Hanlon from Great Britain taking 202.5 kilos, a 10 kilo jump, and if she gets this, it means that if Hammers makes her second, they're actually starting on somewhat equal ground with one more attempt following this, so much closer, and it puts Hanlon and Prognosis ahead of Hammers. So So you'd hope this looked comfortable for her. Keeps position really nicely there, and it is a good lift. 3 white lights. I don't see a world where she's likely good at depth call.
Yep, me neither. But now it's a question of what are you willing to risk? You know you're fighting for the title. Do you try and go for 5? Do you load up 2.5? I think when Ma is missing, you don't want to be in that same situation. You collect as many kilos as possible.
Yeah, and it looks like they've chosen to go up 5, so they're walking that line of, you know, top end, but trying to take advantage of the situation. The situation being, as you can see here, Mara Hammers from Germany, the leader coming into this, missing that opening attempt and retaking it. 202.5. And she really needs this, not just to stay in the competition, but if she does miss it and get it on her third, she is falling a good bit behind.
Is a retake what you would have went with?
It's hard. The weight wasn't hard. It's just high. So let's see how she can adjust now for the second. It looks a lot better. Yeah, we knew the weight wouldn't be an issue. Just maybe some nerves. And it is a good lift, 3 white lights, and she is on the board and back in the competition. How much that's going to hurt her, we won't know until later on. 202.5 kilos remains on the bar for our following 2 lifters. Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands, taking a 10 kilo jump here, moves on to squat gold for the time being. And we'll keep it there as she is the lighter lifter to take this weight heading into the third round.
Great control all throughout the lift. 3 white lights, provisional squat gold. And that's proper depth, dude. Left no room for doubts.
And the bar is loaded on the platform from Poland.
And our last lifter to take 202.5 kilos to move into provisional silver heading into third, Justyna Szarek from Poland. This will be a 2.5 kilo personal best as well.
Her opener was not the most convincing, I would say.
Now let's see what another 7.5 kilos does to that for a provisional medal. It slows down, but the form keeps position really nicely. And that's the red that you said sometimes that wide stance does pick up. So it gets that depth pull from the far side.
Do you think she's at risk of a jury intervention based on that replay?
Based on the replay, I think she should be absolutely fine. It looks good from here. And it means everybody is now in on the board heading into that third and final round. Helene Marie Eckhart looking to retake the 175. The bar just rolled up her back a little bit, and we're hoping that's the fix she needs to make rather than trying to gather some strength. Much harder issue to face.
And relaxing the hands is kind of counterintuitive when you're fighting with that amount of weight on your back. It's not there on the day. So 1 for 3 in the squat event, only 167.5 to move on with her day.
On the platform, national champion of Hungary.
180 kilos for Fanny Petrosevic.
Please give a big round of applause for national champion of Hungary. Come on, Fanny. 180 kilos on the bar.
Very strong looking third attempt.
I'd say that was a proper third because she squatted 185 before in competition. They've adapted to what she has on the day. And unlike the German, she walks away 3 for 3 with a solid 180.
Yeah, and didn't gas the tank too much for the 6 remaining attempts. Eshte Salai from Hungary, 187.5 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump. Looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best here.
She stands up with it. New personal best of 2.5 faster.
$190 kilos being loaded on the bar for Rafaela Reis from Portugal. Looking for another personal best here. Some big squatters in this A group. And already, after just 2 years of competing, getting so close to 200. Fight it that far, but just too much. Her knees buckled and she was really fighting against that bar.
Now she still walks away with new personal best of 2.5. Still a great accomplishment on the international platform.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bar is loaded. On the platform,
Laura Perot now 195 kilos. 5 kilo jump here, and defending champion.
She hasn't squatted this in over a year.
And she'll need it today in order to keep up with with Hanlon and James. Perot here, like you said, a squat she hasn't hit in quite a while. A lovely third attempt.
That's the squat of a defending champion. 3 white lights and 3 for 3 in the squat event for Clara Perot.
Yeah, and the thing is, we've seen Clara hit successfully some much tougher squats than that, so we know that she's going forward with energy in the tank into bench press.
And she has deadlift advantage in her back pocket to close out the day.
Betty Hanlon now, Great Britain, 207.5, going for that 5 kilo jump. Time being, this will take her into squat gold from bronze. But it's not guaranteed. With 3 lifters to squat after her, that she'll get a squat medal, but the 5 extra kilos are so crucial for that fight overall.
Oh yeah. PB on the line and higher chances at the title.
Oh, a beautiful third attempt from Hanlon, and it looks like she'll be going home with a national record as well, with a 1 kilo personal best.
Yeah, lovely third attempt.
Yeah, and those kilos are going to come in very, very handy in that overall battle. Provisional squat gold, but not even guaranteed a squat medal at this point, as Ophoff and Sharek take the same weight at lighter body weights. Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands, 207.5 to move from squat silver into gold for a new personal best.
Kom maar, goed in het halte. Goed staan. Let's go, voeten goed. Dat is mooi, kom maar. Spot. Kom op, Tessa.
No, unfortunately, not quite there, which means Hanlon has now, at the very least, secured the bronze. But Ophoff still holding on to a squat medal for the time being. Still holding on to silver with Sharek and James to follow. Justyna Sharek from Poland, 207.5 to move from squat bronze into gold, with just James to follow.
Squat grinder once again from Justyna Sharek. And some well-deserved white lights. 3 through 3. I was not expecting that after a difficult opener, but she collected all 3 attempts.
Yeah, and she's guaranteed herself at the very least a squat silver, gold for the time being, but a big squat to come now. This is for a European Open squat record. Mara James looking to take the chip advantage, which when they're all at the same body weight will certainly come in useful in her back pocket come deadlifts. This is a 13-kilo jump. She had issues with her depth on the opener, got it on her second. Now, does she have the resolve to keep the depth she found on her second with the pressure of a European record on the line, as well as the kilos in the fight for the overall title?
She has everything she needs for that record. The record is hers. She's pushing her own limits. Everyone is hit. She needs that attempt.
And we knew the strength wouldn't be an issue. Let's wait for the light. That is a new European record for Mara James. And she gets that chip advantage, which that might be the edge she needs today. And after a rocky start, she is more than back in the game.
That's the best possible outcome in the squat event for us. Every top contender is on their A game.
And a quick conclusion of the squats here. Hanlon taking squat bronze with 207.5. Just ahead of her in silver body weight, we have Justyna Sharek from Poland. And with a new European record from Germany in squat gold, we have Mara James.
And can you believe that we're moving into another weight class that's as tight as this one? 14-105, battling it out for the title of European champion. Top 3 contenders being Anatoly Novopismani, Emil Norling, Regan Stokakis, and who might be the dark horse for a podium spot, Antonio Perez Barros from Spain. Openers ranging from 275 to 350. First one out is Jody de Ruyter, the Netherlands, 275. Solid opener, 3 white lights, but yeah, that's the widest range of openers we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about potential records. Anatoly, a beautiful squatter, opening at 350, the world record at 375.5, the European record at 370.5, and if he's on his A game, you know he's in for a monstrous squat today.
Yeah, the European record is his, and the world record belongs to Ilyas Bentala from Algeria. Jacob Slump, Netherlands, 285. Well, that was lightning fast. 3 white lights. Now to the Norwegian Tony Johansen Mingal, 285.
On the platform from Norway, Tony Johansen, Amengoa, 285 kilos on the bar.
Tony, a very recognisable face in the international stage in the 105. He's been competing for many years. And you can tell by the quality of that opening attempt, 3 white lights.
Next up for Team Slovenia, Uros Spila, 287.5. Most of these guys have personal best above the 300s. We're in for a good one.
Yeah, and we're in that weight class now where we start to see some of the lifters take some pretty sizable jumps. That is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Next up from Croatia, Karlo Mikisic, 295.
His teammate earlier only managing to get 1 squat in on the board, so let's hope he can pick up a couple more attempts here.
Yeah, let's hope that's not a Team Croatia thing.
Strength certainly looks good. I want to wait for the lights there. Yeah, 3 white lights, a good lift.
I think you saw that from afar. It did look optimized, I would say that.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. I think he just met that depth pull. I wouldn't want to see him go any higher than that, really. But he's on the board and it looks comfortable.
Now to the Italian nominated 8th in the class, Matteo Marzolla. Opening with 295, PB squat of 323.5. On point with this opener, 3 white lights. Now, representing Team Germany, a guy that we've now seen for a long time on the scene, Janet Waka, 300.
Yeah, and he really shone in his junior career. A couple years out of the juniors now, still very strong in the open A group.
I mean, it's a steep step from the junior 105s to the open 105s. It's gonna take quite some time to reach the level of those guys, but he'll get there eventually.
Looks very strong. The weight is comfortable. And he does get 1 depth call from that far side referee.
Yeah, I heard a bit of doubt in your voice.
Again, the angle we're watching live is from a slight height, so I wasn't sure if it was that was the case or it was a little bit high, but it looked a lot better from this angle.
Another 300 kg opener, Jonathan Sidis, Belgium.
Wow, lovely speedy opener there from Celis. And a good lift, 3 white lights.
Now to the Hungarian, Berecki Kirali-Szilard, 310.
Personal best of 330 kilos. So with the jumps we see in the 105s, not so far off of that really. But that was a tricky opener there.
Was that the commentator's jinx or the first squat nerves?
I'm afraid I don't believe in jinxes. I think it might just been a bit of a heavy opener for him.
Yep. I think I can only agree with you. Next up, a true squat machine. Antonio Perez Barros. We can't even count the amount of time he broke the junior squat record. Now moved up into the opens. It's going to be a tough ask to break the record today.
Yeah, when you're going up against Anatoly in the squat head-to-head, it's a big ask for anybody, but he is a phenomenal squat, Antonio.
Yeah, and now in the opens, he's bumped up his bench and his deadlift that were severely enduring his chance at the podium. Let's see how he looks on the day. That's one comfortable opener for Antonio.
Yeah, and if there's anything I'm not too worried about is how quickly Antonio's opener is going to move on squat. He does get a depth call from the far side. Have a look at that again here, bearing in mind he got a white from this angle.
Yeah, that's fine by me, but like you said, he did receive a white from that angle. Now into the reigning junior world champ, Regin Stagakis, Denmark, 315.
First year as an open here. He has competed in open competition before, but out of the juniors now into a highly contested weight class in the opens.
Shaky, but somewhat like we've seen before. I mean, he usually shakes when he squats. That's 3 white lights. I'd say that was a reasonable opener for Stagakis.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of weight on his back, and like you said, he often does shake at his top end or near his top end. So we'll see the jump he makes there. He's going to have to stay as close to that as he can with Emil and Anatoly.
Now one of the top dogs and fan favorite, Emil Norling from Sweden, 320. Back in the 105s after competing at Sheffield in the under 120s. There we go. In true Emil fashion, 3 white lights, he's on the board.
Yeah, and it's not like he can come off the back of Sheffield into this and have the easy walk in and take the crown. You know, it is a back and forth between him and Anatoly, and it has been for a while.
But before we see Anatoly for the first time on the platform, we have our penultimate opener, Timo Jacobi from Germany, 322.5. Nominated squat of 340 kilos. High chances of a squat medal, but not guaranteed by any means. Multiple squatters over the 335s. Very snappy. 3 white lights.
Yeah, definitely in contention for one of those squat medals today.
Next up, the final opener, one that'll be very telling as to what to expect today. Anatoly Novopismany, Ukraine, 350 kilos. Yes, that is an opener.
And of course, his record currently at 370.5, which is the European record, just 5 below the world record. So like you said, this opener will be extremely telling, not just of potentially his top end, but also of the day that we're in for.
Squat, of course, his strong suit. He struggles in the deadlift event, unlike his other competitors. He needs a huge squat today. Nice and controlled walkout.
Strength certainly looks on point today. Let's look for the lights, and it is a good lift. He is such an efficient squatter, and by no means really a one-trick pony. You know, his bench and his deadlift are also so significant. It's just his squat is so world class.
Yeah, 350 is not supposed to move like that, but it does when it's Anatoly Novopismany under the bar. And by now, all 3 medals belong to A group members. Beginning of the second round of squat for the 105s, Jody de Ruyter, 290, jumper 15.
Strong pop at the top of that squat there. I think puts him in a really good position heading into his third attempt.
I don't think a personal best is in his cards today because his PB is 312.5, but still walking away with all 3 attempts on the board and trying to build something is the way to go. Jacob Slomp, Netherlands, 302.5. Much higher chances at a personal best if this one moves well.
It does move well. Do you think a 12.5 kilo jump is justified from that?
Probably would only go for 10. Just looking to match or at least get as close as possible to that personal best of 313. Team Slovenia back on the platform with Uros Pila, 305.
Again, another athlete getting stones throw away from their personal best, 311.5 for Pila.
I'd say that was the most convincing second attempt we've seen so far. 3 white lights and a lot of room to roam. Same second attempt for the Norwegian Tony Johansen Amenga, 305.
Strong second attempt there. Makes a pretty decent work with a 20 kilo jump. He does get a death call from that far side referee. Again, the side that we will catch in the replay. He did get a white light for, not super uncommon for lifters to be asymmetrical.
And unlike the other big boys from this fight, he squats with a lot of back extension. Difficult to keep a neutral pelvic at the bottom. Galo Mikic, Croatia, 310. Comfortable opener at 295. The same exact squat, just slightly slowed down, still looking good, optimized. I'd say another 7.5 probably.
I think I'll put him in a good spot there.
National champion of Italy,
Already setting up under the bar is Matteo Mazzola, Italy, 310, jump of 15.
Moves very well there. 3 white lights, a good lift. And a lot of these lifters aren't vying for that podium spot. You know, there really are very few names in the hat for that. So looking for some personal bests or some individual goals here, particularly in the A group. They want to make sure their total reflects that.
I mean, in the middle of the pack, from 6th to 10th, it's only a 30 kg spread, so possibly 1 squat missed and 1 bench. Not a whole lot. Perecki Kilari Szilard, Hungary, 320, jump of 10. We weren't expecting more, that's for sure.
No, this I think is the top end jump I would expect to see, and it was a tough opener, so I'm hoping this is a good second.
I think it's going to be good in terms of standards. Not even, oh, I think he's almost fainting under the bar.
Yeah, unfortunately, he'll be okay. Yeah, he's awake now. Just loses some air. It was a big grind.
Yeah, he's had to give it his all. He's standing back up. He's on his feet. Great effort. I don't think it'll be smart to come out for the third.
No, that certainly was more than top end, and I agree. I think probably the smart thing to do is to X out the last attempt, but we don't know what their strategy or what their choices are. He might want to come out and retry it, but it's a tough second to follow.
Yep. I mean, the mental strength he would need to come back once again, reattempt away. What are the chances he gets it? And even if he gets it, how much is he going to lose on his deadlift? I just don't think it's worth the risk. Now representing Belgium, Jonathan Sellis, 320, jump of 20 kilos.
He shouts easy, and it does reflect that 20 kilo jump did not slow him down. Plenty left in the tank there for Sellis.
Yeah, even on the replay it looks easy. Now for one massive jump and provisional bronze, Bjarne Dwacker, Germany, 322.5.
This is just 2.5 below his personal best. He weighed in 104.95, so very close to on the money there with the weigh-in.
If he improves, he'll be very close to his teammate Timo Jacobi. Friendly fight from Team Germany there.
little shaky on the way down, but I don't think that's because he wasn't comfortable with the weight.
No, he looks on point. 2-1, a good lift. But with an all dark singlet and somewhat a close in for such a big boy, I'm not surprised that he could receive a red from the front. I think the replay's fine. He's good for a personal best today, if he's not too greedy with the call. Back on the platform is Regan Stogakis, Denmark, 327.5, jump of 12.5.
Yeah, just 5 kilos off his best squat. Be interested to see how this moves. It'll be very telling to see where his strength levels are at today.
Keep in mind that Regan is a shaky squatter. His amount of shake does not equal to his amount of struggles.
A great second attempt from Stogakis. Ooh, but unfortunately gets called for debt from the center and side referee. Coach goes to the jury, and we will also look at the replay here. This being the side he gets that depth call from. And it's really hard to see.
Coach is immediately sent away. Jury saw it live, confirmed with the replay. No lift for Regan Stogakis. Interesting.
And I'd say I'd probably recommend retaking that weight, but they are in the fight, you know, with Emil and Anatoly, and it's two big names there you're against.
Yeah, first difficult choice to make early on in the competition. Antonio Perez Barros at 3:30. Three white lights, even better than his opener. No reds from the left-hand side, all good.
And reflecting on quickly Stogakis is there, perhaps the alternative is happy in between, you know, of where they would have wanted the third to be, so they can try and get that. But retaking, I think, seems sensible, but we'll see what happens.
Timo Jacobi, Germany. Only jumping 10, 332.5 for a second. That's not very usual for such a big boy.
Bit shaky on the way up there for Jacobi, but it's still a good lift. 3 white lights. How much left in the tank has he got though? The speed wasn't too bad, it just was a little shaky on the way up.
Do you think he goes to try and match his 340 PB?
I think that could be a good jump for him.
Now, Emil Noling, 340 kilos, jump of 20. Much more of an effort, of course. He's had to fight through that second attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift. But that's exactly what is squatted at the World Games in Chengdu, China. Final attempt of the second round. None other than Anatoly Novitsmani, 365, jump of 15. Just 5.5 shy of his European record. Can he make a push for his own record or the world record of Ilias Bentala?
Wow, and I think that might be on the cards today. It is a good lift, 3 white lights.
So what's in the cards? The European record or the world record?
I mean, with them being 5 kilos apart, the world record just 10.5 kilos above that, you've got to think 376 is more than on the cards today.
I think that's the way to go. So of course, Anatoly leads the charge, followed by Noling and Jacobi. Podium subjected change with the final jumps being made by the 105s. The third round starts with Jody de Ruyter, Netherlands, 300 kilos. Jody. 3 white lights. And those are some well-deserved whites. Not to dip, not to tip forward. Was super difficult.
I've got to say, this championship, I've seen a large collection of very well-executed squat grinds.
Yeah, we have a few contenders for best grind of the championship, that's for sure. Jacob slumped. Back-to-back Dutch lifters on the platform at 310, jump of 7.5. And no spoilers, but you might want to stay until the end of the round because we've seen the ticket come in for Anatoly Novoprismani. White lights in 3 for 3 in the squat. So far so good in the third round of squat for the 105. Next up, Karlo Mikisic from Croatia, 315 in 5 kg jump for a match personal best.
Off the platform for Croatia, Karlo Mikisic.
Great effort there from Mikisic.
He tried to be super explosive out of the hole.
I thought from his opener he's been walking that line very finely between depth and borderline, and I think just the nerves perhaps of that top end weight got to him a little bit there.
Yeah, I think it's a question of that and wanting to be too explosive at the bottom, costing the lift, lack of depth. Now Uroš Spiller, who's been looking good so far, the Slovenian going for a personal best of 315. 3.5 more than what he squatted before in competition. So we're 2 out of 4 so far in the third round of squat. The first 2 were successful, not the final 2.
Let's see if we can't move that ratio into a little bit more of the more positive direction moving forwards.
And for that we count on Tony Johansson Amenga, the Norwegian, going out for 317.5. Jump of 12.5, PB of 1.5.
And he's looking very strong today.
But did receive a red from the left hand side last time around.
And 2-1, it is a good lift. New personal best. He does get a depth call from the center referee. Like we usually say, a little more unusual, and if that is the case, usually the lifter is fine in terms of jury interference.
Yeah, not much discussions happening at the jury. And as it turns out, Bereski Kirali-Sillard is coming out again for
Wow.
320. Yeah, a quick side eye to see if all 5 spotters are there. Of course, he's going to need them.
Yeah, well, last time he certainly did. Slightly lost consciousness last time. Coming out for this again just 10 minutes later is a lot of grit and resistance. No, again, gets to a similar place, and I think this time round just realizes just in time
Yeah, it was
to tell
just
them.
half a second of fainting again. But he almost had that, which is super impressive.
Yeah, and I think it's a good call this time, calling it a couple of seconds earlier.
Next up for that same weight, a jump of 10 for Matteo Marzola, Italy. The bar is loaded. And he stands up with it. Is it properly locked out?
Yeah, I was a little worried about that end position. The right side referee not happy with the depth, and the far side referee not happy with how stood up he was at the end. Just still a bit bent over by the bar, I think.
Yeah, and he's slightly unlocked. Ah, that is heartbreaking. And it seems like Team Denmark has went the safe route, retaking 327.5 for Regin Stagakis.
Yeah, I mean, it's bound to be more taxing the second time in any case, even with the same weight. And now he knows he needs to squat it a little bit deeper, again more taxing. So gain those extra 12.5 kilos in that fight for podium.
Some very needed 12.5 kgs. It's not there for Regin Stagakis. Only 133 at the end of the squat. I wouldn't say he's ruled out of title contention, but that severely hinders his chances.
Yeah, and it also means actually podium position could be up for grabs. It's a little further now from first and second, and a little closer to fourth and fifth.
We'll see the final squat of the nominated fourth, Antonio Perez Barros, later on, but he could be a dark horse in the race for the podium now, with Regin missing. Pianet Dwaka, Germany, 3:35, jump of 12.5.
Again, just a bit too much there for Bjorn Dekker.
We did say he looked good, but we didn't want him to be too aggressive with the final jump. Turns out he was, and no lift. Bar is loaded for Jonathan of Belgium, 3:35, a jump of 15 kilos, massive personal best of 9.
Yeah, this would be a huge personal best, and certainly looked good for a sizable jump. Is 15 kilos over ambitious, or is it on the money?
Can he stand up Jonathan is up. Is it locked out? Yes, it is. However, one yellow. What could that be for? I think it might be his hands on the bar.
No, I think looking at the centre referee, it was a mispress. I don't think they meant to press the yellow.
Was it?
Yeah, she turned to the jury and waved it off. So I think she should be good there.
Okay, because he played the game with the new rules. You need to wrap your hands around the bar. Having a thumbless grip is not allowed anymore. Your thumb needs to touch the bar. Now 337.5 for Timo Jacobi, also a dark horse now in the race for the podium. Provisional squat bronze. Something he squatted before in competition, but 332.5 was not an easy second.
On prognosis as well, currently sat in 4th, not so far behind Stagakis. If he gets this. No, unfortunately not. They're really pushing themselves in these third attempts, but the risk to reward ratio here is falling more on the side of risk. Three final squats, all absolutely huge.
Antonio Perez Barros, 345, just what we had anticipated. A PB of 2 in competition. He's on a streak with the squat PBs in competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be provisional squat silver and guaranteed squat bronze should he get this, pushing Celis off the squat podium.
He knew midway up. But finally we see Antonio Perez Barros struggle with a squat. That's not something we see often.
And just through sheer bullying the weight back, he got that up. He nodded, said, "It's not going down, it's mine." And the bar finally agreed with him.
Usually I completely despise the head nodding midway up, but when it's Antonio Perez Barros under the bar, what can you say? Now Emil Norling, 347.5 to repeat his squat personal best on the platform.
Moves him back into squat silver. Gold, of course, already taken by Anatoly. Oh,
he's not good for it on the day. 340 did look hard, and 340 places him nicely in the battle for the title still.
And it also means not only if Anatoly gets his final squat does he get the chip, he's got a pretty hefty lead moving into the rest of the competition, particularly with Stagakis missing 2 squats and now Norling missing that final one.
Are we going to witness history, Emilia? Anatoly Novopismani loading 376 for the biggest squat ever, the world record in the 105s. Currently the world record is 375.5, held by Ilyes Bentala, the Algerian.
He is one of the best squatters we have ever seen, and this would just put that stamp on it here.
11 years of training leading to that world record squat of 376.
No. And I think I feel safe in saying that was just too high.
Yeah, it was way higher than his previous attempts. I mean, you have that amount of weight on your back, it's gonna play with your head. Next time, he'll get it.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was a good few inches too high. Strength certainly looks good, but no record today.
So that closes out the squat for the 105s. The squat podium, bronze medalist from Sweden, Emil Norling with 340 kilos. Silver medalist out of Spain, Antonio Perez Barros, and a PB of 345. And with a strong 365 is Anatoly Novopismani, the Ukrainian, collecting squat gold. We'll be back in about 9 minutes time for the bench press of the 76s and the 105s. See you then.
And welcome back to the 2026 European Open Classic Powerlifting Championships here in St. Julian's, Malta. We return to the 76 kilo and 105 kilo classes, and what a squat session we had in both. In the women's, we had Betty Hanlon walking away with bronze, Sharek in silver, and a new record from Mara Hammers, 2:15.5 after a bit of a sticky start for her. It is very tight at the top. That chip is certainly going to come in handy now as we move forward into the bench.
Yeah, at least we left the 76s with all three top contestants hitting their final squat, which was not the case for the 105s.
First out, we have Rafaela Reis from Portugal, 90 kilos. Very quick press there, and just 5 kilos below her best, so it seems like she's probably going to be hitting personal bests across the board today based off her squat and that opening bench. Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands, opening at 100 kilos, 5 below her best. Hit a big 202.5 kilo squat not so long ago, very close to her best here on her bench opener, so seems to be extremely strong coming into this competition.
That press come in was on the longer hand. I thought she did a great job of stabilizing that bar. Apparently she didn't. How does that look from the chief referee's angle? Pretty steady to me.
Justyna Sharek from Poland, opening on 102.5 kilos. That is a good lift. 3 white lights. We now have Fanny Potresevic from Hungary, 102.5 kilos. Five kilos below her best on her opening attempt.
Very snappy off the chest.
Yeah. A good lift, 3 white lights. No issues with elbow depth there whatsoever. Followed out by her teammate from Hungary here, Eshta Salai, 110 kilos. A lot of these ladies opening pretty close to their previous personal best, 115 for Salai.
Slightly slower than the teammate, but still pretty fast. 3 white lights.
The bar is loaded. Platform from France, Clara.
Now one of the top three, Clara Perrault from France, 117.5. And just a quick reminder, those top three all weighing in at the exact same body weight. James picking up a chip there in the squat. Clara with a personal best of 130 on the bench. Actually, all of the top three, very big benchers, very big squatters and very big pullers, so no one lift specialist among them.
This is 2.5 below what she opened with at French Nationals on that same exact bench. A bit of delay between the left and right side, however, 3 white lights, it meets the standards.
Yeah, and Clara is one of the very few athletes that I know has a good grind on bench as well as the squat and the deadlift, and I'd say much rarer to find that on bench press.
True.
Mara James, after a really tough start to the squat, brought it back and ended walking away with the European squat record. Has the chip advantage now, heading forward into the competition, opening with 117.5 kilos.
Bit of suspense coming from our chief ref, but 3 white lights.
Betty Hannon, Great Britain, the third of the top three to come out for bench here. Our penultimate opening attempt, 120 kilos with a best of 130.5.
Another very comfortable opener. 3 white lights, once again, just what we want to see. Everyone's looking to be in great form, even in the bench press.
The bar is loaded on the platform from Germany.
Helene Marie Eckhart, our final opening attempt, 120 kilos. At a lighter body weight than Hanlon as well. So automatically takes her into that bench press gold position.
So the one, a good lift, first rifle, elbow depth.
Yeah, and let's have a look at that here in the replay. We're looking for the elbow joint to be in line with the midpoint of the shoulder, and based on what we've seen the rest of the championships, she should be okay in terms of consistency, and it looks like she is. Going into the second round, she takes that bench gold position with Hanlon in silver and Perrault in bronze. Everyone on the board, as Rafaela Reis from Portugal takes 95 kilos for her second attempt.
Just as you predicted, she's going straight to her personal best. Time to make it move.
Ooh, unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift. If we get up from the side angle, that usually indicates some sort of lift of the glutes or feet. If it's just from the side, and yeah, unfortunately, a good couple of inches of air there. She'll have to correct that for her third attempt. Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands, 105 kilos. 5 kilo jump from her opener, and this matches her personal best as well.
much more work, but it goes up. 3 white lights for Tessa Hopoff. Nowhere else to go than a 2.5 for the third, most likely.
Justyna Szarek from Poland, 105 kilos, a 2.5 kilo jump from her opener, so perhaps not quite happy with how that opening attempt moved. And I think that's probably the smart move for them.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of wind on the way up, I don't know.
Fanny Petusevich from Hungary, 107.5, looking to match her personal best here on her second attempt.
We haven't seen that a lot during this championship, but I've been meaning to ask that question. What do you make of chalk on the glutes in the bench press event?
I'm personally not for it. I know there's a debate here. I think it highlights potential lifts of the glutes that could otherwise be somewhat hidden, and I'm not sure it does too much in terms of grip.
Yeah, I'm unsure as to what's the benefit to, yeah.
But she doesn't seem to need it with the strength she has today.
To the one, a good lift. A yellow coming in from the left hand side, so we're gonna have a close look at that replay. Is any sort of lifting highlighted by the chalk? I see lights below the hamstrings, but I think the glutes are staying in contact.
Yeah, seems to be the case. Eshta Salai from Hungary, 115, looking to match her personal best. Very popular choice here on the second attempt for these ladies.
A second attempt to grinder from Eshta Salai. To the one, a good lift. Once again, that yellow keeps turning on the left hand side.
Yeah, and it looked a little jumpy before she starts there.
I think the glutes might have hovered above the bench in that case.
And they are discussing it, but they have to be unanimous, and it looks like one referee's happy with it to stay as a good lift. Mara Hames from Germany, 122.5.
Three white lights. I think that new record in the squat was a momentum shifter.
Yeah, you know that after that opener she was probably a little shaken, but she got right back on track, and now she's picked up that momentum and is looking to keep it going moving forward, because she's back into projected first with a chip. Betty Hanlon close behind her here, 125, looking to move back into bench press gold for the time being, with Perot and Eckhart to follow with the same weight. Very tidy looking second attempt for Hanlon. And it is a good lift, 3 white lights. I could easily see another 5 kilos being put onto that for her third. Claudia Perot from France, 125, looking to take the same weight here. Of course, at the exact same body weight. a little bit tougher, but like I said before, we know that she can grind through a squat, and it is a good lift. 3 white lights. Can you see them putting 5 kilos on that?
I mean, if it was nationals, maybe, but this is Euros. You're not going to risk that.
Helene Marie Eckhart from Germany, 125, and this, because she's the lighter of the three, will put into bench press gold for the time being. Perrault currently in silver, as she is the same weight as Hanlon, but obviously took the weight after her. Oh, and then it's tough, but she does manage to lock it out. I was a little bit worried about how high her chest position was, so we'll have a look at the elbows here in the replay, which is what she got the call for. Let me know your thoughts there.
I think it might look exactly the same as the opener, and it has. So if this one is up for discussion, I'd be surprised. I think they're going to leave it be, but I think she's in a similar position as Clara Perrault. She might have 5, but I don't think they're going to risk it.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. 95 kilos being retaken here for Rafaela Reis. Glutes just came off the bench on that second attempt. Can she keep them down this time round? It's hard to tell from this angle, but it looked like less shifting to me, and there we go, 3 white lights.
So a new personal best in the squad, a match PB in the bench. A pretty solid day so far, even though she missed an attempt.
Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands taking 2.5 kilo jump for a new personal best of 107.5.
Transition, she keeps on pushing. Great effort from Tessa Ophoff. 107.5 secured. Very impressive display of strength.
Justyna Szarek from Poland, also looking for a 2.5 kilo jump here to 107.5. And we expected that equal 2.5 kilo jump. Certainly seemed like the right move from first to second, and I think that's about what she has here for her third.
Just like in the squad, can she grind out through a third? It turns out she can. And the ruling is 3 white lights. She's 6 for 6 so far. A scrappy but solid day.
Fanny Petrusevich from Hungary, 110 kilo, 2.5 kilo increase. Seems very popular here, and often is the case to that third attempt. It will be for a personal best. It seemed to me like she had a bit of a higher touching point there, which obviously creates a much tougher pressing position. You see here, much higher up her chest, her elbows flare a lot more than they did before as a result.
Yeah, I can agree with you. Usually she's covering the letters on the singlet. Right now she was almost on the logo.
Yeah.
Much more difficult to press from.
Esther Shalai from Hungary, 117.5 kilos. Everybody, it seems, bar Betty Hanlon, going for that 2.5 kilo jump. No, and got everything she could out of that 115.
Four more attempts to go, including the top 3 contenders.
Mara Hames from Germany, 125, looking for that 2.5 kilo jump, and of course has the chip advantage, but this will keep her in the lead heading into deadlifts on prognosis. So actually still a very pivotal lift. No, and it doesn't look like it's there for Hames. Which also means that if Hanlon is to get her final bench, she is 2 kilos ahead heading into deadlift with a 2.5 kilo higher deadlift opener.
Yeah, of course, those deadlift openers are subject to change, depending on the way they want to strategize, but it's shaping up to be an interesting deadlift battle.
Absolutely. Clara Perot looking to move into bench press gold for the time being with 127.5, and a couple of pivotal kilos here. Currently a little bit behind Hames and Hanlon, but we know that she has a mean grind in her deadlift.
And once again, just like her third squat, she hasn't benched that since Euros last year.
But there it is, a great final attempt there for Team France, and a good lift. Moves into bench press gold for the time being with just Eckhart and Hanlon to follow.
And once again, Clara Perot stays collecting attempts. She's 6 for 6, and she has the lowest opener compared to her top end deadlift.
Helene Marie Eckhart from Germany looking to move from bench silver into gold, and would at the very least secure the bench press silver with this attempt. It will be a personal best, so she'll need more than she's ever had before to do so. And I imagine they came in today with the idea of picking up a bench press medal. And it looks like they've done so.
How about the lights? Once again, 2 to 1. One red coming from our chief ref. That left elbow incriminated once again. Is it in the higher up than before? I think she's gonna be fine with that.
And our final bench press out, we have Betty Hanlon from Great Britain, a 5 kilo jump to 130, just half a kilo below her personal best. Already bronze secured. This will move her into bench press gold and take her ahead of Hammers in prognosis moving into deadlifts. This is a pivotal lift and really keeps her and Hammers so tight heading into deadlifts. 5 kilos is a lot in this fight.
So much needed kilos, 2 to 1, a good lift. One red coming from the left hand side. Lack of elbow depth.
Yeah, and the referees haven't touched depth yet, so hopefully the case here for Betty as she moves into bench press gold and takes those needed 5 kilos. And I would be super surprised if I saw the jury
She's
touch
gonna
that.
be fine.
And that concludes the bench press for those ladies, with Hanlon walking away with gold, Eckhart with silver, and Perot with bronze. Just separated by body weight with Eckhart and Perot there. And it is tight moving into deadlifts. Man, that is not a battle you're going to want to miss as we move immediately now into the 105s.
Yeah, it's as close as we anticipated it to be. The 76 is putting on the show, just like the 105s. Range of openers from 157.5 to 217.5. I'm not surprised after the range of openers we've had on squats. This one's also a very wide range of openers. First off was Spiller, 157.5 for Team Slovenia. still warming up, I see.
3 white lights, a good lift. Great start to the bench press.
Matteo Marzola, Italy 172.5. The bar is loaded for his bench opener.
That is a good lift. 3 white lights. And this is a huge range of opening temps, all the way up until Anatoly's 217.5, and missed out on that world record squat, but not a million miles off of the European record on bench press. Maybe a bit far today, but who knows with the jumps he'll make.
Now Antonio Perez Barros, 172.5, collected a new personal best in a squat medal with 345. Now it's time to showcase the progress he's made on bench press. A lift that has costed him title in the past. Seems like he's improved. 3 white lights. A 180 opener for the Croatian, Karlo Mikisic. Multiple lifters of this flight opting to go with a belt on bench press. I know that's up to personal preferences, but do you know why some of these guys would wear a belt in bench press?
Usually it's to aid with bracing into the belt a little bit here, remind them to do so. Usually you see it more in equipped, but raw lifters do adopt it for that bracing position a bit better.
Yeah, because also in equipped it helps you maintain the shirt into position, which is not the case here. Double yellows for the Croatian. I don't think it's the glutes indicated by the chief ref, so surely he missed the rack command or the press one.
Yeah, and it does look like his left glute came up. It looks like he went off to the side, so it could be the case that he skipped a command from the center referee and that side referee saw one side of the glutes come up.
So 2 things to pay attention to in the second round as Jody de Ruyter is setting up for 182.5. Very wide stance with the feet. Asymmetrical on the way up, but easy for the Dutch. Doesn't seem to be gassed out after his huge grind with this third squat of 300. Back to back for Team Netherlands. Jacob Slump, 182.5.
Just taking some time to set up that shoulder position to get his ribs as high as possible. Seems like a very technical bencher. And it pays off. It's a good lift, 3 white lights.
Now the Norwegian Tony Johansen Aminga, 185. PB of 212.5 though.
Let's see if this is conservative for a slightly bigger jump or perhaps not the best bench press prep heading into it.
Yeah, he's nominated with only 200. So that opener makes me think that 200 is more like his top end rather than 212.5.
Yeah, and I think that must be reflective of that. Maybe a little over 200, but I don't think we see the 212.5 or there around about that today. Very strong start though, however.
Now to someone that has the heart of a lion, Perecki Kiralisila, the Hungarian, is opening with 190 after failing and fainting twice with 320 on his back. Bit shaky on the chest as he tried to pause it. 3 white lights. Not the best start to his bench press.
No, but after how his second and third squat went, you know, I was a little surprised that they didn't bring the bench down at all. So I'm not surprised it was a bit of a shaky start.
Shaky because I think our chief ref gave him a chance to lower the elbows enough not to receive a red. Now on to Timo Jacobi, the German, 192.5. Went 2 for 3 in the squat, missed out on 337.5, which was below his personal best. A sink. Waiting on our chief ref to see the lights. A bit of suspense. Would you say that this is upper body thrust?
It's hard to say, and it seems like the lights aren't working. There we go, 3 white lights, a good lift. And it's a case of, does the body position move after the press command to aid?
It's still a bit unsure, so I'm waiting to see the ruling applied. So if this is the type of sink that passes, I think sinking is fine then. Just do not lower your ribcage at the bottom and you'll be fine. Jonathan Sellis, 200 kilos. Three white lights. Piane Duaka, 207.5 as an opener. Also one of those guys that went 2 for 3 in the squat. Collected 322.5.
Nice soft touch there from Decker.
Would have said soft sink, but okay.
Either way, very well controlled in his chest, you can see here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to jump straight to his personal best of 217.5. At least in this position, I'd be willing to risk it. The Swedish Emil Norling opening at 210 kgs.
Yeah, just missed out on that final squat, and now on prognosis falling a little bit behind Anatoly, but by no means does that mean he is not still well in the race for the overall title. A little bit of a tricky opener for him though. Still looks good, and it is, but a little slower than I would have expected. Alex, take a look at this and let me know what you think.
Great display technique on the way down. Just looks slightly slower than we could have anticipated from him. Once again, he's a grinder, but it's looking like another 2 to 3. Regan Stogakis from Denmark opening at 212.5. Hopefully he doesn't repeat that same scenario as Costa Rica last year when he almost bombed out, only scored his final bench press.
Yeah, and a much better start here, especially after just unfortunately getting one squat in on the board.
He looks a bit frustrated. I would be too. I mean, if I knew I was strong enough to squat more than I'd been able to express on the platform. But
Yeah.
he needs to keep his head in the game.
And that's exactly it. He has to keep his head moving forwards. And I think the squats did shake him a little bit, understandably, but with so many lifts left to go, big day ahead, look forwards.
He's still nominated, forecasted, third, which is solid. He has an opportunity to do something. And final opener, 217.5 for Anatoly Novopismani, representing Ukraine.
And as it stands, other than Norling, he has the biggest deadlift opener too. Wow.
Oh, okay. That is one snappy opener, to say the least. 3 white lights for Anatoly.
Yeah, and some squeaky clean powerlifting. A pretty close grip there as well, so no gimmicks, just strength. The man is all triceps.
Just as Anatoly would say, whatever the grip, when you're strong, it doesn't matter. So as of right now, all 3 medals already in the A group, with leading the charge Anatoly, second Regan, and third Emil Norling. Second attempts ranging from 162.5 to 227.5. It's impressive, to say the least. We have some of the best 105s on the planet here. Top 3 to top 4 being strong contenders for the world title later on in the year. Of course, they're gonna have a tough task matching the Americans, but I fully believe that Anatoly, Emil, and Regan are some strong contenders.
Yeah, and they don't have that worry today here at the Europeans. No Americans.
Thankfully.
Yep, I would be surprised if they got that lost to cut here.
Maybe 1 or 2 in the crowd, but that's the maximum. But I know they're watching. They're going to be watching the replay of that squat of Anatoly. And now we're back underway with Urs Vela, Slovenia, 162.5. Jump of 5 after a quick vacuum of the platform, just to optimize the leg drive of our lifters, which is good. I love that the TC stepped in, and so our spotters.
And it moves well for a second attempt. It's a good lift, particularly after a little bit longer of a wait. I think he anticipated after the carpet being vacuumed there.
Yeah, he's had a good 13 minutes of rest in between attempts. I'd say for deadlifts, that's fine. For bench, that is a lot. Antonio Perez Barros, 177.5. He's looking on pace to match his personal best of 182.
And sitting just outside, as you said, those podium positions, him and Jacobi looking to capitalize if Stogakis doesn't have a great day from here on out. A bit of a hill to climb right now, but if he continues to make lifts in a good spot, come deadlifts.
He's gonna have a tough choice to make. That's 3 white lights. I think 182 is there, but he'll need to be super precise with it. Matteo Marsola, Italy, 180, jump of 7.5.
Another lifter getting close to his personal best, 187.5 here. See if this is good enough to reach and match it.
He's had to work for it, that's for sure. 3 white lights, a good lift. Surprisingly hard for someone that benches 187.5, but he seems to indicate to his coach that this was not the bar path he was aiming for. Now to the only athlete we are missing on the board, Karlo Mikisic, who's stretching himself to add another 5 after missing 180.
Yeah, he got 2 yellows, one from the centre referee and one from the far side, and we're not sure if they were for the same reason or not. Hopefully this clears it up.
Yeah, we were doubtful as to the fact he might have jumped the command and had one glute leaving the bench. This one looks easy once again. He waited for our commands, maintained points of contact. All good.
Yeah, it looked cleaner in both regards, which I think is what we wanted to see. You can see that left glute stays down. He does shift around a little bit, but he waits for the commands as well.
Jody de Ruyter jumping 10, 182.5 to 192.5. To be fair, it looks just like his opener. A bit of delay between the left and right side, but still looking relatively comfortable. Same game plan for Jacob Slump, 192 as a second.
A very smooth looking second attempt for Slump. 3 white lights.
Bars lit for Beretski Kilari, Hungary, 195, jump of 5 kilos.
Yes.
We mentioned that the opener was difficult.
Especially considering we've seen him hit 225 before, so not quite near that, but after the squat that he had, I think we anticipated that bench opener being a little tough since they didn't move it around. And it looks a lot better actually.
Yeah, maybe he's regained a bit. He's one of those lifters that is better fitting from the 30-minute break between attempts. However, that is a surprise to me. 1 yellow for maybe the glutes, not clear. And 1 blue. I'm gonna be honest, I am not sure as to what they were for in this case, Emilia.
No, but the jury seem happy enough to not turn it over. I think for soft elbows for the blue. I cannot quite figure out the yellow. We move forward to our next lifter in any case. 195 for Johansson Amengual. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, according to the new rulebook, any upper body thrust would have been yellow. So I'm not sure why the blue. Maybe soft elbows? We'll be wondering about this for a long time. Now Timo Jacobi, the German, going for 197.5. 5 kg jump to his personal best. He's not taking the typical 105 kg jumps. He
No.
did it in the squat, he's not doing so in the bench press event.
Perhaps just opening close to that top end, trying to squeeze as much out as he can. And it looked like it paused. I don't know if it dipped there.
Apparently it didn't. Double whites, one yellow. That yellow is probably for the glutes leaving the bench, which I don't think they did based on the replay. Just some light below the hamstrings. Now Jonathan Sell is back on the platform, jumping 10 from 200 to 210.
Certainly a bench press medal is potentially on the cards, but a little further behind Decker and Norling for that.
Great control, but this one looks like a top end lift already. 3 white lights. Yeah, I think he's done. He's saying thank you to the sponsors and I'm done to his coach. Which I must say, with 13 minutes of rest, might attempt another bench.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen people come out for third attempts that we didn't expect to today.
2:15 for Bjarne Dwacker, Germany, jump of 7.5. He's closing on his personal best of 217.5. Is he good for more today? Another gentle sink, 3 white lights. I would say 220 is within reason.
No, I don't think so. I think he's in a pretty good spot, should they want that.
Emil Norling, Sweden, 217.5, jump of 7.5. You thought that his opener was maybe on the slower hand. Let's see how he looks with 7.5 more onto the bar.
It is just 2.5 below his personal best, so I suppose he did open quite close to that. Still slow, but still moving. And what would you suspect Team Sweden would want to add on top of that?
It's Emil Norling. He can grind out a bench, so probably 222.
Yeah, I think 5 would absolutely be the smart top end of that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think 7.5 is within reach. It's a question of either 2.5 or 5.
Yeah, I would agree. And they are trying to push Anatoly, so 5 might be the play for them.
Dragon Stogakis, 225. That is one solid jump. 12.5. 4 red plates as a second attempt.
Strong second attempt from Stogakis and a good lift. 3 white lights and a much better run in bench than he had in his squats.
He did a great job of stabilizing that bar quickly, even though he shaked. That made for his fast press command, and he has room to roam. Now into Anatoly Novopismani to close out the round. 227.5, jump of 10. Very believable second, based on how fast this first was.
And just about 7.5 kilos off the European record. Can you see about 8 kilos going on top of that, Alex?
I don't know about 8. Do you?
I don't know. Listen, they lost the potential chip there in the squat. Is it something that they had their eye on in the bench? It's the game of risk and reward they're going to have to talk about now, where they think they can do it. Currently in prognosis, they do have a 17.5 kilo lead on Norling, should Norling make his third attempt of squat, even without Anatoly's third bench in. So
Maybe he needs 235.5 if he wants to surpass the record of Mbasi. But we might have a surprise for you at the end of the round, so stay tuned in for that. Just like in the squat, we're going to end up with a record. Might not be for who you're thinking about, though. Medals, at least their position, haven't changed. The top 3 is still the same. Third round starting with Ulla Spiller, Slovenia, 165.
great effort. And a good lift, 3 white lights. Mazzola from Italy as well, X'd out that final attempt, so we won't see him.
But it seems like Jonathan Sillis from Belgium has decided not to X out his final attempt. He's putting 217.5, so is that just a fair play attempt for the minute to roll, or something he's going to be attempting?
I would imagine he's attempting it. It's such a long flight that not Xing it out can actually have the opposite effect of sportsmanlike conduct.
7.5 on his difficult 210. Might be a stretch. We'll see. A 2.5 for Antonio Perez Barros from Spain. Not looking to match his personal best. He feels like an opportunity could arise later on in the deadlift. He's collecting kilos in the bench press.
And just before that lockout, and again, I wouldn't absolutely count him out in that race for podium, but it certainly does make the hill steeper.
Now with the wrist rolling too much on the right side, he seemed a bit pissed at himself because he knows what went wrong with that bench. Not able to control and maintain proper joint stacking. Now the Croatian Karlo Mikisic, 190, jump of 5 to match his personal best.
Yeah, still really smooth, and I imagine slightly less than he would have wanted on his third because of how his first went, but very smooth.
Yeah, when you're missing your opener, it instills a bit of doubt in you. It looked good for more, but just secure this personal best. Now bars are for Perez Kikilari, Szilard, Hungary. He's 2 for 5 so far. Does history repeats itself with a 1 for 3 in the bench, just like in the squat.
And 2 to 1.
Is it for downwards movement on the way up or soft elbows? Might be a bit of both.
Yeah, let's have a look here. He gets the start command, but the side referees had put their hands down.
I'd say that's a pause. Elbows seem locked out. I think the lift will stand, right?
Yeah, the jury seem happy with that to be a good lift, and it will remain as such.
Now back-to-back attempts at 197.5 for both representative of the Netherlands, Jody and Jacob.
Goes up wonky, but it does go up. Left arm, right arm, 3 white lights. And that is really hard to do when one arm's already more or less locked out to get the other one to join.
Just as announced, Jacob slumped, Netherlands 197.5. The two teammates with the same personal best in the bench press event.
And I don't think an extra gram on that bar would have moved.
So the two Dutch have found their top end in that bench press event. Timo Jacobi, Germany, for the milestone of 200 kilos. And for that, a 2.5 is needed. Sleep it up too much. No lift. Only lose it out on 2.5.
Yeah, just not there today, unfortunately. Got all we could out of that second.
Now the bar is loaded for the Norwegian. Johannes Mengal 205 jump of 10. He's going back to back with the 10s. He's over his nominated bench, but a bit below his PB of 212.5.
Oh, that left arm just doesn't want to lock out, but it does. Wow. Does get a blue for, I imagine, the centre referee seeing downwards movement. They can go up at uneven times as long as the bar doesn't as a whole dip. And what do you think of that?
I think I can make a case for both. If I'm the coach, it never dipped. If I'm the jury, it might have dipped.
Jury seems to side with the athlete and the coach by the looks of it.
They're still discussing it. But in the meantime, 217.5 is loaded for Jonathan Sillis. It was indeed a placeholder, a clock runner. He's not going to be coming out because we're seeing Bjarne Dwaker getting ready. So they seem to think that it was the fair play thing to do, even though it was 14 of them in the fight.
Yeah, I can see where they were coming from if that's what they were trying to do in a positive way. But I'd say in a flight of 14, keeping your attempt doesn't add a positive or negative effect. You know, I think it's easy, but in the top end, I think in the third round, it doesn't hurt to give them an extra minute of rest, especially when the rest of the lifters are all 217 to 235-ish.
So a quick recap of the bench podium before these guys battle it out. Third as we speak is Noling, second is Stogakis, and first is Nova Bismani. However, we have one of those attempting a European record of 235.5, but it is not Anatoly Novopismani. Stay tuned for that. Next up is Bjarne Dwaker, Germany, 220 kilos, jump of 5, PB of 2.
Oh, and just lost it up there at the top, unfortunately, Decker there.
Not sure as to what happened because based on the second, he 100% looked good for it. Maybe it was too long of a break. He's gonna go talk to Belgium. Down to Emil Norling. 220, just to further extend a bench press bronze, which is already guaranteed to increase that subtotal by 2.5. In that regards, this is just about having to deadlift 2.5 less.
Great effort, and he is so reliable, Emil Norling.
And unlike in the squat, he matches his personal best in competition. 2 lifters to go. Next up is Anatoly Novopismani, who's going to be attempting 232.5. So now you know who's going to be attempting the European record. It is Ragin Stokakis in just a minute's time. But a jump of 5 for Anatoly for a PB of 1.5. After benching for 11 years on some of the highest platform, increasing your bench by 1.5 is already something.
Yeah, absolutely, and it will certainly make up for some kilos lost on the squat. And you've got to think that the record absolutely could have been there, but the risk just didn't seem worth it for Team Ukraine today.
Yeah, it's lesson learned from the squad. They went the safe route and secured all 3 bench. Now Emilia, Ragin Stokakis, after going 1 for 3 in the squad, is going to be attempting 235.5. That's one massive final attempt. Opening at 212.5, he flew by 225. Team Denmark is trusting Ragin with 10.5 more for the European record.
This is to take it off Vladimir Mbassi from Switzerland, who got it in Germany last year.
A much needed chip.
In his first year as an Open, looking to take a European Open record and to move into bench press gold.
I think he jumped the command there.
Yeah, I'm concerned he did as well, and unfortunately couldn't quite lock it out. But I do agree. I think he looked to meet the command and maybe was a little quick with it.
However, he still seems to be in better spirits than after the squad event. However, missing 3 attempts out of 6 does not put him in a good position. The bench podium for those guys: bronze medalist Emil Norling from Sweden with 220. With a best attempt of 225, it is Ragin Stokakis that gets bench press silver. And bench press gold goes to Novopismani from Ukraine with 232.5. Subtotals have been built. It's time for a deadlift battle. In about 9 minutes time, we'll be back for the 76s. See you then.
And welcome back to the 2026 European Open Classic Powerlifting Championships here in St. Julian's, Malta. I'm Emilia Potter and rejoined by Alexander Nordin.
Best seats in the house for some of the best battles we've seen this championship, the 76s and the 105s.
We can see the running order, some big deadlifts coming up, and the heaviest three, of course, from the top three, all weighing the same and very, very close in total moving forwards. Currently led on prognosis by Hanlon from Great Britain, followed 2 kilos behind with a chip. We have James and Perot behind by 10 kilos of first and 8 kilos on second.
Surprisingly enough, no one's changed the opener.
I am pretty surprised about that, particularly from France, who usually are fiends for doing that. And our first opener, 172.5, Helene Marie Eckhart from Germany.
Nice and solid first ball for Helene Marie. She's on the board, she solidifies a total, which is what we want to see with that first round.
Justyna Sharek from Poland, 185 kilos. Definitely looking to fight for some team points for Poland here, a top 6 position.
Relatively smooth. 3 white lights, only 1 command in the deadlift event, but down 1, so you get a whole minute to get the bar moving. Might as well not rush it.
Rafaela Reis from Portugal, 190 kilos, opening 10 kilos below her best, and she is on to personal bests across the board.
3 white lights, a good lift. Do you think she jumps 10 or 12? Either a match PB or a new PB?
I think based off that opener, both are justifiable. It depends where she thinks her top end is and the smartest way to get there. Fanny Petrosevic from Hungary, 195 kilos, 2.5 kilos below her personal best here. Very, very close.
And even though it's super close to our previous top end, it looked like an opener.
And it was 3 white lights, a good lift, secures her total. I appreciate the different hairstyle we've had for each discipline so far.
You would notice that.
I'm a fan. Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands, 202.5 kilos. Top end to our knowledge is 220.5. That seems reflected there, I think.
Yeah, she's the main contender for 4th overall, behind the top 3, the untouchable.
Yeah, the hill to climb to catch those top 3 is just too steep. One final opener before we get through to those top 3 openers. Esther Salai from Hungary, 205 on the bar.
Another standard first pull and 3 white lights.
Mara Hammers now 212.5 kilos, opening first out of those big three, has the chip advantage, but not the lot number when they're all weighing the same, and opening first on deadlifts, although very similar numbers, and it's very comfortable.
Well, I think she's showing everybody that she's here and she's gonna pull for the title.
Yeah, she won't have, at least right now, the advantage of knowing how Bettina and Clara's openers will go. And so she's just going to have to pace herself somewhere between here and her top end in case she needs to load it up on that third. Betty Hanlon, who has a personal best in competition of 220, opening just 5 kilos below that with 215.
Yeah, I know some great progress happened in the gym, especially in the deadlift.
Currently in prognosis in the lead and wants to stay there moving into the second round. This will keep her 2 kilos ahead of Hammers. Again, another very tidy opening attempt. Her knees knocked a little bit, but looked pretty good. Team Germany opted for a 12.5 kilo jump, and Hanlon's going to want to match that really because Hammers has that chip advantage.
It could very much be another one of those weight classes, another one of those battles that the second pool is the winning pool.
And it looks like that's exactly what they've done, and Clara Perot opening heaviest now, a bit of a bigger hill to climb to catch those two. 220, but has the biggest pull with 242.5.
And at least on paper, she's opening further out from her top end than the two previous ladies. Okay. Hey, no one's showing signs of weaknesses.
Absolutely not. And Clara can afford to take those bigger jumps, and even though she is a sumo puller, and I know I've said this for her squat and bench, but it really is the case that she can grind so well through lifts. So do not count her out for that overall title. She'll be chasing Hammers and Hanlon right until that final pull. And heading into that second round, everybody securing that opener. Perot is leading deadlift at 220, Hanlon just behind 215, and Hammers with 212.5. And we head into this second round now. 185 for Eckhart, Germany. Still moving very well. It is a good lift. Justyna Szarek from Poland, 195, a 10 kilo jump. Like I said before, pushing for those team points. That is a good lift, 3 white lights. And there seems to be a pretty sizable gap between the top 6 and then 7 and down. So it seems secure for team points. It just might be a case of who gets more there below the top 3. Vani Petrosevic from Hungary, 205 on the bar. 10 kilo jump, a 7.5 kilo personal best.
Is that locked out enough? Yes, it is. 3 white lights, but much more of a difficult pull.
The bar is loaded on the platform from Portugal.
Rafaela Reis from Portugal, 205 kilos, a 15 kilo jump here for her to her second attempt, already attempting a 5 kilo personal best.
We were wondering whether she'd go 10 or 12 and a half. She went 15.
Yeah, wow. And already that's a personal best in squat, bench, deadlift and total with 1 pull left to go. Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands, jumping 12.5 kilos to 215 for her second attempt.
Three white lights, a good lift. Once again, she proves that she belongs in 4th position.
Yeah, and Team Netherlands, especially on the women's side, has had such a phenomenal week. Those team points are going to be pivotal in looking for best team this week.
The bar is loaded on the platform from Hungary.
Esther Shalai from Hungary, 215, a 10 kilo jump here. Looking to push up the rankings into 5th overall. Plenty left in the tank for that third pull. Now the big 3 for their second attempts, and as you said, these second attempts will be pivotal, and they're all very close together. It seems they've all, by the looks of it, made a 12.5 kilo jump, which we expected a bit more of aggressive push from France. We'll see how that moves into the third round. Mara Hammer is out first at 225. Pulls her ahead of Hanlon for the time being, with Hanlon to follow. The opener was extremely convincing. It is already 2.5 kilos over her best deadlift.
And it's still looking very convincing for Mara. 3 white lights. What is her top end on the day? Might be close to 240 kilos.
And she has the advantage, of course, now of changing the attempt after seeing their second round 2 times. So a little bit more strategy can go into it now. Betty Hanlon from Great Britain, 227.5 to pull her back in front of Hummers heading into the final round of deadlifts. This will put her ahead by 2 kilos.
It's already a personal best of 7.5 for Bettina.
Again, a great looking second, but did she get that down command? No, unfortunately, puts her in a sticky situation. And although podium is secured, of course we have Hammers and Perrault with their final pulls. Hammers, of course, looking good on that second.
Coach tried to go up to the jury, but he's immediately sent to wait and slowly for Bettina, which is somehow surprising.
Claudia Perrault from France, 232.5. This will pull her into silver. It doesn't look like they're at least quite yet shooting for that overall title.
Surely they feel like they can drop the hammer with one final pull after this one. Just want to pace herself and get a feel for her top end on the day.
Yeah, and it's still very comfortable for her, and she does have the advantage of pulling last. We'll see what Hammers does, what Hanlon does, and then I imagine put on the bar what they need to pull for gold, having known the podium is already safe. And if Hanlon can't get another deadlift in, maybe even silver, we head into the third round. Perrault leading the deadlifts at 232.5, followed by Hammers and Salai. But much closer at the top there. Hammers currently leading by 8 kilos. Perrault just behind. Hanlon 2.5 kilos behind her. 190 for Eckhart from Germany. Solid end to the day, match personal best there for Helene Marie Eckhart. Christina Szarek from Poland, 202.5 kilos. Her 6th place overall seems secured. This will be for a 2.5 kilo personal best in total.
Such a solid day, a 9 for 9 day, 517.5 PB total.
$210 kilos loaded onto the bar for Rafaela Reis from Portugal. She's had a phenomenal day, just 2 years competing. This would give her 490 total. What a finish.
Looks like she's improved her deadlift by 10 kgs and her total by almost 25. Do we need to say again, Portugal, a nation to take into account in the future?
Fanny Petrosevic from Hungary, 212.5 kilos.
The grip holds on, she pulls her shoulders backwards, one right from the front still, but those shoulders are very much behind the imaginary projection of the bar. Knees seem locked out. What can be wrong with that pull? Everything's fine.
Yeah, the jury seemed pretty happy with it. I was just waiting for the replay to run through there. The centre referee wasn't happy with that lockout position, but a little easier to tell from that side angle.
The bar is locked on the platform
Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands, 222.5 for the time being, will pull her into deadlift bronze and holds on to her 4th overall position. Great end to a great day for Ophoff, and Team Netherlands picks up some crucial team points.
She could not have hoped for more. On the personal best total, the top 3 is too far. She's on a solid 4th position, 532.5.
Now we are getting close to those pivotal pulls. Esther Salai from Hungary, 225, looking to move into deadlift silver for the time being, with Hammers, Hanlon and Perrault to follow.
Is it a grip issue or a strength issue?
Either way, unfortunately, not there today. And these pivotal final pulls are coming in. Hanlon and Team GB have changed their attempt. They're looking to retake now. 227.5 for Betty Hanlon from Great Britain to pull herself back into gold for the time being. Lost her grip just at the end. And it looks like there's been...
But usually when the bar is loaded, it is not possible to change the attempt anymore.
No. And Hanlon has lot number tricky as well. Seems like a little bit of an unfair situation, but hopefully she can get her head back in the game here, looking to pull back into pole position. The crowd on her side, and hopefully her grip is as well. She holds on to it this time, and 2-1, it is a good lift for Hanlon. The jury are discussing that red light, but I can see one jury member happy with it, and that is enough for it to remain a good lift.
It's cool that she managed the attempt, because there was one difficult start to a 3rd attempt, having to jump back out the platform, then come back.
And it also means now that James has to make this. It's just a 2.5 kilo jump from that 2nd, and her strength certainly seems on today. It's a question of, can she keep herself cool under the pressure? This is to pull ahead of Hanlon by 0.5 kilo. We knew that chip would come in handy. Is it the winning number?
And looks like Team France knew she was going to secure that attempt, because they've bumped up the final attempt of Clara Perrault by another 2.5. It's not going to be 242.5, it's going to be 245 to try and surpass Hanlon and Ames.
And you've got to think, after that 232.5, the weight is there. Let's see if the jump is reasonable for Clara today. Currently sat in gold position, looking for the crown to be taken from, is Hammers from Germany. This is the final pull of the day for Clara Perrault of France, the defending champion. 245, a new personal best, and this will pull her into the lead, ahead by 2 kilos. She's looking strong today, and we know that she has a grind in her if she needs it.
For another year of reign over Europe.
She's been quietly sat back watching Hanlon and James all day, waiting for the moment that she could load the bar up to try and defend her title. And can she do so?
Time to drop the hammer over Europe.
And there it is. We knew it was coming. 3 white lights, a good lift. And Clara Perrault does it again. She is now once again your European champion in the 76s. What a finish there.
We knew she had deadlift advantage, but 245 like that at the end of such a day, wow, what a true champion.
And the deadlift results, Mara James in deadlift bronze with 227.5. Ahead of her on bodyweight, Bettina Hanlon from Great Britain in silver, and deadlift gold, of course, with 245, Clara Perrault of France.
That's one nutshell of a podium.
And overall, with 265 in bronze, Betty Hanlon from Great Britain, half a kilo ahead in silver from Germany, Mara James, and your new, or again, European champion from France with 267.5, Clara Perrault. We knew it'd be close, and the final podium was separated by only 2.5 kilos. What a battle! As we calm down a little bit heading into the openers of the 105s.
Openers ranging from 275 to 355. Where are we going to go with this, boys? Phenomenal session of the 76s. It's looking like the same thing in the 105. First one out, Jonathan Sellis, sectoring to 75. To the 1, a good lift. One red coming from the front. It was a little wobbly at the top.
And unlike the ladies, we have had a few changes in opening attempts, most notable Anatoly dropping by 5 kilos, and I think Antonio Boras going up slightly too. Bit of a tricky opener, but looks like he manages to lock it out, and it is a good lift.
Bar is a little beyond it. Dwaka, Germany, 300. Went 2 for 3 in both events so far. For guessing 8th when he was nominated 7th. Pretty comfortable first ball, 3 white lights. Next up, Jody Delota has been the one to open the round in both squat and bench. He's not the one to open deadlifts at 305. We'll see how that moves.
Had a pretty successful day of lifting so far.
Yeah, some solid grinds. Found his top end on every lift so far. And he secures a total 3 white lights, 7 for 7 so far. Now Urosvila, Slovenia, 320, PB of 354.5. I'll be surprised not to see big jumps taken by this guy.
And just looking to secure his total. No need to make risks this early on in deadlifts, and that seems to be what he's doing.
Yeah, 320 just being a nice and easy conservative first rule, which is insane, but it is the case. And same opening attempt from Matteo Marzola, Italy. 320 for 3 white lights, 7 for 7 so far. Now Uros Vila, Slovenia, 320, PB of 354.5. I'll be surprised not to see big jumps taken by this guy. Yeah, 320 just being a nice and easy conservative first rule, which is insane, but it is the case. And same opening attempt from Matteo Marzola, Italy. securing his hook grip, pulling conventional. Wow, okay, that is super fast.
Yeah, I imagine to see some pretty sizable jumps there from Matsola.
Netherlands, the bar is loaded. On the platform from Netherlands, Jacob Slav.
Another lifter opening at 320. Jacob Slump, Netherlands. Most lifters have a top end above the 340s. Stacked class of deadlifters.
Another very smooth looking opening attempt, securing his total. Seeing a lot of the lifters opt to deadlift further back on the platform now after a long week of lifting. It's, I believe, getting some divots in it, and you don't want to pull your top end or even near it from a deficit.
At least I wouldn't advise for that. Timo Jacobi, Germany, 322.5. Hasn't had the best day so far, to be honest. 4 for 6. Apparently looking strong in the deadlift event. 3 white lights.
Yeah, and to be honest, even without having the most perfect day, he is sitting in a pretty strong position on prognosis.
Yeah, it's looking like him, Antonio Perez Barros, and maybe Reagan. But Reagan having the slight advantage for third. Carlo Mikisic, Croatia, 325. 6 more openers to go.
On the platform from Croatia, Carlo Mikisic.
'Good feel for the weight. The height on his slack. It makes for an easy opener. 3 white lights. .325 for Tony Johansson and Miguel Norway. Was way below his PB squat, quite close to his PB bench. Where is his deadlift on the day? He has a registered PB of 362.5. White lights, a good lift.
Yeah, and it seems extremely conservative. We know that he wasn't top end on his other couple lifts, but in terms of deadlift openers, looking good.
Now the deadlift opener, Antonio Perez Barros, 327.5.
He has a top end of 363.5, and he does make some big jumps, so it'll be interesting to see where he does end up in ranking.
He collected a squat medal with 345, missed his final bench.
Wow, and he's got such a tidy deadlift.
Yeah, he's forecasted 6 as we speak. Taking 1 big jump. Can surely change that. 3 more openers to go. 2 out of 335. The first of which is for Anatolino Bobismani.
Yeah, he dropped it by 5 kilos, and currently in prognosis 17.5 kilos ahead of Norling, so just needs to make his lifts really. He's about 4 kilos lighter than Emil.
And thankfully the grip holds on. It's been an issue in the past. It's not the case here. 3 white lights. He secures a humongous total already, 932.5.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be a little worried if he lost his grip on his opener, but saying that total is 932.5, the European Open record is 940.5, so you've got to think that on his second, he'll more than surpass that.
Now Regin Stogakis, Denmark, 3 for 6 so far. You would think that this is a conservative opener for Regin, but we're not seeing the best version of Regin today.
Well, 335 with the top end of 370 makes sense to me, but certainly isn't hard, and you wouldn't want it to be, especially like you said, the day he's having.
So that gives him 875. I think the title is out of reach. Maybe second, but with Noling looking to secure 915 with his opener of 355. It's going to be a tough ask. I think Regin is trying to solidify his position on the podium.
And look, the thing is, Anatoly and Emil have been dominating the 105 Opens for years, and Regin has just entered it, so he's already up and amongst it.
Yeah, he was already in the battle last year when Coco won Euros in Malaga. He won Junior Worlds. He's again in the battle here. That's some more experience. He's already one of the top dogs. 355 for Emil Norling to secure 915. Seeing Emil lift sumo feels so weird, but
he still kept that Emil Norling look around.
But he had that type of a lumberjack conventional to him, you know. You know, seeing him lift sumo, it feels different. It doesn't have the same flavor. Now he's leading the charge in the deadlift event, with Vit Okuli from the B group holding on to provisional silver, and in third Anatoly Novopismani. Provisional standings: Stogakis third, second Noling, Novopismani first. It's looking like a battle for first in between Noling and Novopismani, with a clear advantage for Novopismani, and a battle for third between Stogakis, Jacobi and Perez Barros.
Yeah, with a strong lean towards Stogakis in that battle.
Jonathan Sellis' second attempt is 300 after a jump of 25. No wobbles this time, a clear lockout. 3 white lights.
Coach just as happy as it seems the lifter was there about that lift. Great second attempt.
I mean, that was for a personal best total of 845. I'd be happy too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tredski Kilari, Silla from Hungary, 302.5. Jump of 12.5.
The opener was a little tough. I wasn't expecting 12.5 onto it, but listen, it could be there.
Can he finally score a second attempt?
I hope so. Happy to be so corrected.
3 white lights, there it is.
And to be honest, not surprised he was feeling perhaps not his best during that bench session after, you know, what happened on squat. So glad to see him coming to here on deadlifts.
And not coming to low ball it, is fighting to finally stop in on the day. Next up, Bjarne Doaker, Germany, 317.5, jump of 17.5, just 5 kg shy of his PB deadlifting competition.
And he's looking to push us close to that podium as possible, pulling him into 4th for the time being. Of course, a lot of names in the hat looking for position.
3 white lights, slightly slowed down. I feel like it's the shoulders that are getting pulled forward, but the pull in itself still looks quite comfortable. Jordi de Ruyter, 322.5, jump of 17.5.
Just 10 kilos off his personal best here. It's been pretty consistent, like we said, all day. Let's see if he can continue that trend.
Unfortunately, he double blues either downwards movements or supporting on the thighs. Which one of the two it is?
Yeah, I can see that downwards movement, unfortunately, there in the dip. And coach goes to the jury, but is sent away immediately. Jury nodding their head and gesturing towards that downwards movement.
Next up, Timo Jacobi, 337.5. This is for provisional 4th position in the class. Provisional deadlift bronze. Somewhat sticky towards lockout, but he felt so fast from the ground. 3 white lights. But now I'm second guessing my first thought. I thought he was good for a personal best. But with that lockout, I'm not so sure anymore.
Yeah, and I was a little worried whether he was fully locked out. Referees seem pretty happy with it, but if it is getting tricky in that conventional towards that lockout, you know, you're likely to be reaching that top end a little closer.
340 kilos for Callum Mikisic, Croatia. Jump of 15 to match his personal best.
And we have 9 lifts remaining in the second round, and all 340 and up.
White lights, a good lift, match PP. Up next was Pila, Slovenia, 340 kilos. I told you we were expecting big jumps. I'd say 20 is a big jump.
Yeah, 20 kilos, a sizable jump, one that we see pretty frequently in the 105s. So hopefully not challenging for him today.
Three white lights. Oh, he lost one screw of his belt. Should have bought SBB. Jacob Slump, Netherlands, 340 kilos, another jump of 20.
Yeah, just 4.5 kilos off his best there. .340 in the second round, not good enough to fight for a deadlift medal. Little sticky towards lockout, but he manages to do so, and it is a good lift.
And just like you said, 340 is not good enough yet for a deadlift medal because we have some world-class deadlifters in this fight. Next up, Anatoly Novopismani, 342.5. This is for a 940, just 0.5 shy of the European Open record total. He's teasing us, basically.
Yeah, and to be honest, pacing himself well seems smart because he just needs to stay ahead of Emil. He's got body weight and he's currently got the total advantage, but Emil, of course, with that huge pull, cannot count him out. Oh,
Grip issue. I told you this could happen. One time he bummed out because of a grip issue.
luckily he gets that opening attempt in, but yeah, that has opened the door for Emil, because if Emil now gets that second attempt, he's only 2.5 kilos behind, which means he only needs to increase his third pull by 5 kilos, and that is if Anatoly cannot get a final pull in.
Do you think Nolin did not shoot for the total of Anatoly because he felt the pressure from Stogakis and wanted to secure a second?
I think it was more so the case that he assumed a 7.5 kilo jump was reasonable for Anatoly more than anything else.
Yeah, probably. Matteo Marzola, Italy, 345, jump of 25. This one's to match his personal best and for provisional deadlift silver. Secures it nicely. 3 white lights. In the 350s we go. First of which is Antonio Perez Barros, Spain. This is for 872.5. White lights. His PB total is 882.5. That would require another big jump.
But what that does is it puts him 2.5 kilos behind Stogakis. God, it's hard to say in plural. It puts it so close to Reagan's current total.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, I had to make the switch, I'm afraid.
It's bound to happen. It's been a long championship, an eventful session, and we move on with Tony Johansen Amengo, Norway 350, a jump of 25.
A little wobbly at the top there, but manages to hold position.
I think deadlift is the only lift where he feels 100%. Now to Regan who, Amelia?
It's a tough plural to say. Reagan Stogakis.
360, jump of 25. For a nice and well-rounded 900 total provisional third position in the class.
Yeah, and this will keep Perez Barros at bay. If he gets this, he's untouchable, really, in terms of his third position.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm not taking the bait of that 380 from Antonio Perez Barros. It's still a comfortable pull for Regan. 3 white lights. The thing is, if Emil Norling is successful with that next pull of 370, Regan would need to load up 32 kilos to surpass him. I'm not sure if that's within his wheelhouse today. However, if Emil misses, he only needs to add 75. There we go. Very much a deciding pull.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, with the grip issues coming in for Anatoly on that second, should this move well, he doesn't need all too much more. But saying that, 370 is a big pull.
It's either he's in a position to pull for Anatoly or he's at risk of Regan. And I think it might be option one.
I'm telling you, Emil Norling doesn't look back, he only looks forward.
Yeah, I smell trouble and he smells blood. 3 white lights for Emil Norling. That closes out the second round of deadlifts. It's a bloodbath, and it's about to be even more bloodbath because we know someone's gonna miss the attempt at pulling something crazy. As it stands, third in the deadlift event, Perez Barros with 350, 360, second position, Regin Stargakis, and with deadlift gold, but still very provisional, Emil Norling at 370. The placings, third, Regin Stargakis with 900, I think he's safe from Antonio Perez Barros' pressure. Second, Norling with 930. First, only 2.5 above with 932 is Mr. Novo Pismani. The pressure's on. 307.5 to enter the third round with Silas from Hungary, a jump of 5. Tough day for him, but lessons to be learned. He showed that he had the heart of a lion and that he was a true competitor, just was not able to express his top end on the day.
Yeah, and honestly, to come out for that third attempt after, slightly losing consciousness on the second and to still pull together 6 more attempts, is very impressive.
Final pull for Jonathan Sellis, Belgium, 307.5, a PB of 2.5 in the deadlift event to further extend his new personal best total. Nicely done. 3 white lights, new personal best. Just what we want to see in the third round of deadlifts. But I think, just like I said, we're going to see some misses because it's such a tight midfield that someone's going to miss trying to push for 3 position instead of 2. Hopefully it's not this guy, Pianet Dweka from Germany, going for 322.5. A jump of 5 to match his personal best and to try and secure his 7th position in the class.
Yeah, I don't think 7th is at risk, so I think 860 will be enough for that position. But it would be a good end to the day to match his personal best on deadlift.
He was nominated with 865, scoring 860 after missing 2 attempts. That'd be nice. Like you said, I think just what he needed. 3 white lights further extends 7th position. But just like Perez Barros, these guys are still relatively new to the opens in the 105s. Plenty of time to develop. They're fighting with 30 years old, 35 years old. Some athletes that have been training for 15 years. You don't cover that ground that quickly.
No, absolutely not. And there definitely is a split in this weight class of some more experienced lifters and some have just in the last couple of years, like you said, come out hot out of the juniors, and they have that time to develop, and they're already up there pushing those older lifters.
Jody de Ruyter, Netherlands, 325 after missing 322.5 for double blues, supporting on the thighs and downwards movements as he tried to surpass his knees.
Manages to lock it out another time. And this time with no infractions, 3 white lights, a good lift.
We still have 10 more pulls to go, but this one is one of the most important ones. Anatoly Novopismani retaking 342.5. It was only a jump of 7.5, 10 less than he's deadlifted before in his career. Now the bar is going to be brushed. Crypt is as optimized as it's going to get.
And if he pulls this, then Norling is going to have to pull 382.5 kilos in order to put ahead of him. So this is pivotal for both lifters. Ah, no, again, the same issue he's been facing for a little while now. And it means that already Norling can drop that deadlift. Third attempt.
Yeah, I don't know if you feel what I'm feeling, but the atmosphere in the room has just changed now that Anatoly has dropped his final deadlift. Norling has adapted. Next up, Timo Giacomi, Germany, 347.5 to go from 6th to 4th in the class, 10th to 5th in the deadlift event. Looking to match his PB, something he hasn't been able to do in the squat nor the bench. Let's get ready for one tough lockout against the thighs. After a long fight at lockout, he hasn't done it, unfortunately. 1 blue for supporting on the thighs, 1 red for lack of lockout, and 1 yellow, I'm not so sure why.
The yellow would have been for beating the down command, but center referee happy with that, or not completing the lift. Either way, he picks up the rainbow, but not the lift, unfortunately.
Paolo Mikisic from Croatia, looking to extend his personal best deadlift in total by 7.5.
And just struggles towards that lockout. I think we knew that's where he would struggle to pull that through, but finishes the day still with that 340 on a second attempt.
Yeah, it was going to be a tough ask regardless. Next up, another lifter that has adapted his final attempt, Jacob Slump, the Netherlands, looking to pull for a provisional deadlift medal. 350 is needed for that. Jump of 10, it seems within reach for Jacob Slump, but with 7 more pulls to go, it seems also very provisional.
The second was a little tough. Can he find it? No, I think 10 kilos was just a stab at a potential deadlift medal. I mean, we'll see a lot of misses, so there was a point in going for it. I do see that, but it was just too heavy on the day.
Yeah, that's the only reasoning I can imagine for that 350. Now another attempt change just came in. It is a 355 for Orspila, Slovenia. Also looking to shoot for a deadlift medal, provisional bronze, and a PB of 500 grams. But you know what? I'll take it. Give me 500 grams on my personal best.
keeps trying to pull it through, and he does, but I do worry about that dip around the knees.
Yeah, his screws might be loose, but that deadlift was locked out. But downwards movement on the way up.
Yeah, and
lift.
you could see the coach kind of half-heartedly trying to sell the fact he didn't see that downwards movement, but you've got to try and convince.
Yeah, of course. This is how you play the game. You try and sell the lift and see what happens. Especially on a final pull like that. Matteo Marzola, Italy, 360s to go from 5th to 2nd in the deadlift event of the 105s. Job of 15, PB of 15 required to do so. This is to guarantee himself 9th position in the class.
Strong end to the day for Mazzola.
PB of 15, that's absolutely massive. Provisional 2nd position in the deadlift event, but not yet a medal guaranteed. We have 4 more pools to go, and some great names, Tony, Emil, Antonio, and Regan. First of which is Tony Johansen Aminga, Norway, 362.5, jump of 12.5 to match his personal best deadlift, to go from 5th to 2nd in the deadlift event, and to grab 4th position over Perez Barros. We thought that Jacoby was the one to have a shot at Perez Barros. Turns out it is Johansen Aminga.
And it is a lovely final pull. He's looked so consistent across the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd attempt. It is a good lift, and with that we see an attempt change come in, I am sure, from Team Spain.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Team Spain adapted. Yes, they've dropped down from 380 to 365.
Looking to take back that 4th overall and to secure him a deadlift medal, provisionally silver, but at least the bronze.
And also to stand his ground, he was nominated 4th. He wants to retain that position, but for that, a personal best deadlift of 1.5 is needed, so by no means a guaranteed attempt. The bar is loaded, and as they say in Spain, barra lista for Antonio Perez Barros, 365. One massive pull to close out his day. That would give him 887.5, just 1.5 shy of his PB total. But this is Euros. You play for the position. Some good team points for Spain. 4th overall.
And just not there, unfortunately. Loses the grip at the top. Johansen Amengual ends up in the 4th, holding on to the deadlift silver for the time being. Bronze still held on to by Mazzola, but as you said, 2 big pulls to come.
One is for the win. The other one is for deadlift gold. 3. Oh, it's same change coming in. Who's this for? Might be Regan. Yeah, it is Regan, but Regan has a bigger lot number, so it's still Emil Norling first. 375 for the Swedish. A jump of 5 to surpass Anatoly Novopismani. He doesn't have bodyweight advantage, so he can't match the total. He's forced to surpass him. 375, not an easy pull. His PB is 380, and he pulled 370 in the 2nd round. To be crowned European champion 2025 was France's year. Is it Sweden's year in the 105s? They'll rely on Emil Norling to score 375 just now.
Oh, and it is close, a little wobbly at the top there for Emil, but it is a good lift, and he is your new European champion. We knew it would be blue and yellow, but was it Ukraine or was it Sweden?
Turns out it is Sweden, and Emil Norling adds another title to his already long list of credentials in pedigree. One final pull. Regan Stragakis, Denmark, 375 for a PB deadlift of 5 to regain deadlift gold. As of right now, he's out of the deadlift podium. This wants to go from 4th to 1st. He's guaranteed 3rd overall.
Big final pull here for Stragakis.
He had to forget about a difficult day. Still an international podium and possible gold in the deadlift event. The gold getter, the bad day eraser, the final pull of the day.
And finishes it off strong. That is 2-1, a good lift and deadlift gold for Stragakis, and ended on an extreme high. Jury are looking at it, so let's just hold our excitement for a split second. But they are happy and he remains with the gold.
What a flyout as a whole. The 76ers have been insane, and so have been the 105. Deadlift podium bronze, Tony Johansson with 362.5. Silver, Emil Noling with 375, and with that same best attempt but lighter on bodyweight, Regan Stragakis and Neymar are taking away deadlift gold. Final placings after a tough day: 9:15 for Regan Stragakis, who will be bronze medalist. Vice champion because of lack of grip, 9:32.5 for the Ukrainian Anatoly Novopismani. And your new European champion back at the top, the Swedish Emil Norling with 9:35. Emilia, it's been a pleasure. In just a few minutes, the medal ceremony, and tomorrow we'll be back at 10 for one huge flight, 3 groups combined. See you then.
participation medals presenting Samuel Guidorat and Dero Yutinen. Goes to individual medals. Squad medal ceremony. Squad bronze medal goes to Bettina Handler, Great Britain, 207.5 kilos. Silver medal goes to Justina Scheller, Poland, 207.5 kilos by light bodyweight. And squat gold medal goes to Mara Kamen, Germany, 250.5 kilos. A new squad European record. Thank you, ladies. Bench press medal. Bronze medal goes to Clara Pedro, France, 127.5 kilos. Bench press silver medal goes to Ellen Marie Ecker, Germany, 127.5 kilos by light bodyweight. And bench press gold medal goes to Bettina Handler, Great Britain, 130 kilos. Thank you, ladies. And deadlift. Deadlift bronze medal goes to Mara Hammers, Germany, 227.5 kilos. Deadlift silver medal goes to Bettina Handler, Great Britain, 227.5 kilos by light bodyweight. And deadlift gold goes to Clara Pedro, France, 245 kilos. Thank you, ladies. And total medals. Total bronze medal goes to Bettina Handler, Great Britain, 565 kilos. Total silver medal goes to Mara Germany, 565.5 kilos. '76 weight class, first Steel European Champion Clara Pedro. Two-time European champion Clara Pedro, 567.5 kilos, two-time in a row European champion. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up to Anthem of France. Unbelievable performance, unbelievable battle, unbelievable fight in the 76 weight class. Thank you, ladies. And please follow the technical controller of the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, and give the ladies a big round of applause for the participation of the European Championship. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies. Guys, are you ready? And we are starting the medal ceremony. Welcome to the platform, all participants. Open men's 105 weight class groups. Group A. For the presentation of participation medals. Participation medals are presenting Xavier de Buitola, Pedro Ruitinen, and Arnold Walser. squat. Squat bronze medal goes to Emil Norling, Sweden. 340 kilos. Squat silver medal goes to Antonio Perez Barros, 345 kilos. And squat gold medal goes to Anatoly Novisimani, 365 kilos. Thank you guys. Bench press bronze medal goes to Emil Norlin, 220 kilos. Bench press silver medal goes to Regin Stergakis from Denmark, 225 kilos. And bench press gold medal goes to Anatoly Novisimani, Ukraine, 222.5 kilos. Thank you guys. Deadlift bronze medal goes to Tony Johannessen Melgura from Norway, 362.5 kilos. Deadlift silver medal goes to Emil Norling, Sweden, 375 kilos. And deadlift gold medal goes to Regin Stergakis, 375 kilos by light category. Thank you guys. And we are moving on to the medals for the total. 2026 European bronze medalist Regin Stergakis, Denmark, 915 kilos. 2026 European silver medalist Anatoly kilos. First place, gold medal, heavyweight European title goes to, and now, 6-time European champion from Sweden, Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for the national anthem of Sweden. Thank you, guys. And please follow the technical controller of the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, give you guys a good round